right, I will now call this meeting to order. Welcome back, everybody, to the Senate Select Committee on Public Safety and Security. Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Senator Flores?
Present.
Senator Orenshaw?
Here.
Senator Pizzina? Senator Hansen? Senator Krasner? Senator Ellison? Chair Scheibel?
And I am here. Please mark everybody present. Today we have one bill on for a hearing, and we will go ahead and start with that hearing on AB 2, except that I don't see our presenter in the room. Oh, no, I do see our presenter. Sorry. I was given a different presenter's name. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, and good morning, Chair Scheibel and committee. My name is Virginia Valentine, and I'm here today on behalf of the Nevada Resort Association. We very much appreciate the opportunity to address the issues on this bill during the special session. If there were another way to resolve our concerns about this, the AB 404 of the last session, we wouldn't be here today, so thank you for bearing with us. So while that was initially, as you probably know, intended to be a bill to support Nevada's craft brewery industry, the bill was amended in a way that affected all retail liquor establishments. It requires specifically that payments be made by electronic fund transfer, and that those electronic fund transfers can be compelled by the wholesaler from the retailer, leaving the retailers with little control over the terms of that buyer-seller arrangement or the timing of that arrangement, or resolution of any differences they may have on what was actually delivered. So these provisions override that business ability to negotiate their own terms for such transactions. We worked with the wholesalers to address those concerns, and this bill will do that by allowing exemption from the ETF requirements for packaged liquor stores, for restricted licensees and non-restricted licensees and their affiliates, and for packaged liquor stores on the premises of non-restricted gaming operations. I think probably all of you know that the definition of packaged liquor store under the Nevada three-tier system, you are either one of three things. You're either producing the alcohol, you are wholesaling the alcohol, or you are retailing the alcohol. So anyone who sells liquor by the drink or by the package that they have delivered to them to a consumer then is a retail liquor store. So that includes just about anybody who's got the liquor that a consumer would come in and purchase. So just to describe what some of the concerns were, there were implementation challenges with this. We think it'd be confusing and costly for the implementation for everyone. It would require enacting a new method of payment for all of our members, and the cost of all that compliance, of course, would be borne by the retailers. Additionally, in our proposed exception, our members will incur costs to change their current IT systems, implement new EFT accounting systems, and deploy training. It is very concerning for us also for security reasons that retailers' accounts and their banking systems could be accessed. So specifically to the gaming industry, you probably know that under federal law and state law, casinos are treated as financial institutions and are regulated as such. A gaming license is a privileged license. There's no entitlement for a gaming license, and therefore they are regulated at a much higher standard than many other businesses. So jumping to some of the specific reasons that are in state law and statutes that support taking action on this now, the way that we've written it with this exception for gaming establishments. Gaming companies have to prove that they have adequate financing for the nature of their operation to establish suitability and to maintain that suitability under NRS 463.170.8. They have to establish internal controls, safeguard assets, ensure financial records are accurate and reliable, and ensure that access to assets is permitted only in accordance with management's specific authorization. That's Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 6.090. They have to have their gaming employees, including those handling the finances of a gaming establishment under NRS 643.0157. They have to have them registered with the Nevada Gaming Control Board to ensure that gaming and financial transactions are handled in a trustworthy and by employers, and that there is administrative recourse for any violation of laws. They have to establish cybersecurity best practices to protect their operations from cyber attack subject to audit by independent experts, and that's Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 5.260. They also have to meet minimum bankroll requirements, which include cash and bank accounts to meet the next day requirements. That's Regulation 6.150. So allowing these transactions, of course, gives liquor wholesalers unfettered access to those accounts, and that is very problematic for us. They were also providing confidential financial information, potentially allowing unduly aggressive withdrawals by liquor wholesalers or their employees, and that could impact the adequacy of gaming business licensees' financing and its compliance with required internal controls. In conclusion, the EFT amendment has created uncertainty in the marketplace by overturning decades of sound and agreed upon practices between the liquor retailers and wholesalers. These provisions are burdensome, risky, unnecessary, especially for gaming establishments, and if not corrected without complying, we would be out of compliance, which of course for gaming companies is very problematic. Even if a law or regulation is not enforced, it's simply unacceptable in our industry to be out of compliance with those laws and regulations that you all have effectuated. So without this bill, we'd also have to outlay the resources and funds to change those systems. If we had to wait until the 2027 sessions, we would incur additional costs to revert the systems 2 years later back to what they are now. And further, allowing the state mandate to take hold will make it even more difficult to reverse once a precedence is established. And we do think it is a precedence for a state law to allow one private party to take money from another private party, and we're not aware of any other outside of a court order of any other kinds of transactions where that takes place. We have long enjoyed a mutual and beneficial relationship with the wholesale liquor industry. We hope to continue that with the passage of this legislation, and I want to thank Alfredo Alonso for working with us on this amendment, and we appreciate your support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my apologies, I ran upstairs. Thank you for working with us, Ms. Valentine. This bill was part of a very difficult compromise last session on the brewpub bill, and what came out of that was one of the issues that has been a significant issue for the wholesale industry has been the collection of the excise tax and the cost of goods. What has happened over the years is, and what happens today is, for instance, a truck pulls up, we immediately EFT the supplier whatever the cost of the goods, and then we immediately pay the excise tax. So what ends up happening is we are essentially making the state good. We don't get 30 days like our customers do. But what in practice happens is that we end up acting as a bank for many of our customers, unfortunately. And what we discovered during that process is when we looked at this is language from various states that are doing this. EFT is nothing new, and it is becoming the norm in many states, and will obviously become more so. I pay a lot of my own bills and subscriptions, et cetera, through the same process. But what we discovered is other states are now having the same issue with respect to gaming. Gaming's different. They have significant laws on obviously protecting their accounts and money laundering and all of the issues that they have to deal with. So when gaming came to us and started those discussions during the past couple of months, it was discussed within the industry that obviously for right now it makes the most sense to exempt non-restricted gaming for that specific reason. They're different, even though, again, this is sort of the way everyone is ultimately going to pay their bills long term. It's something that we probably need to investigate a little bit more, and obviously that's why this is before you today.
All right. If that concludes your presentation, I will move on to questions from members of the committee. And I will start with Senator Pizzina.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you both very much for the presentation. I remember AB 404 from last session, and I will admit, remember this amendment as clearly, but just so I understand what the amendment did, if a liquor store had taken possession from a wholesaler, be it of beer, wine, any kind of liquor, then if they didn't pay within 30 days, essentially their accounts were accessed to get money directly from their accounts?
Madam Chair, to you and through you, to Member Pazina.
You can go direct, and please remember to state your name every time you speak for
Alfredo Alonso again. For
for hardworking secretaries.
The way it would work, the way we envision it working as it's worked in other states, and it, again, as this becomes more the norm, is if you notice the first part of 404 still includes the language for checks and cash, et cetera. So the intent was to never remove all of that. The intent was to have another tool. And a lot of these same folks that we deal with every day are already on EFT. You know, many of the large retailers, many folks are finding different ways of doing it. I think the problem has been what we found was one or two of the vendors that are in this space that do the actual EFT work, because we wouldn't. They saw this as a significant business boom, and so they started sending letters and getting people worked up. The truth of the matter is, this is a long-term issue. It's not going to be something that people get put on EFT immediately. There's no intent of that. In fact, no one has yet. We're waiting to work on the regs. We've discussed this with the chamber in terms of notification, et cetera. So there are in certain cases where it's going to make sense, in others it won't. And slowly but surely, the hope is that we'll have a situation where EFT becomes more the norm. Today, what happens, and I'll tell you what happened in Elko just recently, is one of our Elko distributors just wrote off about $100,000 in bad debt. Folks that were, 30, then 45, and then 60. And what ends up happening is they're in trouble. And so how do you end up being the party that puts them in worse trouble by not delivering more? You also have the issue of you still have cash payments in some cases, which then put our drivers in peril as well. So there's a lot of reasons why this is a good idea and just another tool, but there's no intent to just simply put people on EFT right away, and we haven't done so yet.
Thank you so much. I guess my concern was, just thinking about the cybersecurity challenges the state faced earlier. If someone's able to get into someone's accounts, there's always room for black hatters to do the same at any given point. So just a concern. Thank you.
Other questions? I'll go to Senator Ellison next.
Lost my button. Mr. Alonso, it's good to see you again. I got a question. A lot of people are not getting paid from. Can you hear me?
Move your mic.
I'm trying to move it away from my headset. A lot of people are having problems collecting from service calls, like us. So I went to debit cards, and when I call my supply house, they tell me what it is. I send it up with a debit card and pay for supplies right then and there. That keeps it from stealing, because they have to bring back the invoice. Then I know exactly what job it is and take care of it that way. And I know that I happen to have some buildings that happen to sell retail liquor. So, and I see that they have the trucks in the back all the time. And then I've caught people that work for them taking the alcohol out there and hiding it behind telephone poles and whatever. Seemed like to me that if they knew what they were paying for ahead of time and they give you a credit card or have a check made out ready to go or whatever, it saved you time, it saved the distributor time. Everybody works. It works out the best. But I had $180,000 embezzled away from me during the last session because I didn't do that. So I know the problem that are out there. and it's hard to get people to stay honest. Have you guys thought about doing that, or you hate to make them pay up front, but if they're in business, they should realize that it's a debt that they need to pay right away. But I wouldn't let somebody get that far into debt with me without trying to collect something ahead of time.
Senator Ellison, Alfredo Alonso again for the record. Totally agree with you. I think obviously it's always easier to try to get paid in front. Unfortunately for us, it's also statutorily, it gives the retailers 30 days, and then it goes to 45 days. So we have folks that will obviously go to the end of that, and that's not the problem. The problem is that, again, we've collected the excise tax, so that's already been paid. In the case of the distributor in the rurals, they basically ate the excise tax. They had to write it off too, and that becomes a significant issue. And again, how do you? We had this conversation with several of our wholesalers. How do you tell a bar owner, I can't deliver to you because you haven't paid, when the bar owner's telling you I'm really that close to going under, and it's just going to add to the debt? But how do you do that? How you want them to survive? You want them to exist, and so this has worked in other states. It seems to be more the norm. Our national folks tell us it's becoming more the norm to use EFT. Our only issue, honestly, was we didn't have the discussions with gaming that we should have, because they're just different. It's a different animal, and they haven't been the problem, and that's where we fell off. But again, it's just another tool in the toolbox to try to stay afloat like everyone else.
Follow up, ma'am. And I understand. I mean, we're all getting into this right now, and it seems to be a trend that's getting worse by the day. But I do have a question. When they drafted this bill, and I read it, and I started looking at it, and this basically caters more to the casinos and the retail stores than anybody. But what about the places like the Star or the, some of the higher, profitable restaurants? Are they exempt from this bill?
Senator Alfredo Alonso, again for the record. No, all we're doing here is exempting non-restricted licensees and their affiliates. Again, they haven't been the issue, they haven't been the problem, and they're just a completely different animal in terms of the laws that govern them and how they deal with cash and their accounts. So when this bill passed, this was, again, a compromise. This was a deal. And had we talked to gaming, we probably would have exempted them at the time as well, but we didn't. And so that's why we're back here. The discussions we've had, again, with the chamber have been issues like timing, like providing a 5-day, 3-day, 5-day notification so that it allows the person to know that they're going to get the money deducted, and to make other means, other means of payment if that's not going to work for them. We already in this body added the language allowing for a credit card payment, so that was included as well, giving again another option. The truth of the matter is that especially the rurals, and especially in places where it's more difficult to do, we're still going to accept any kind of payment, whether it's checks, cash, debit cards. We don't want to carry cash because that becomes dangerous for the drivers. But again, it doesn't exempt any of that. So everyone would still be part of this. And I can't tell you how it'll get implemented. We haven't implemented it yet. We were waiting to solve this issue and also probably make sure that the regulations are proper. And that's where our commitment was to the chambers, to make sure that we can do as much as we can to make this as easy as possible when it is used.
And I thank you for that, because when I get cash, I take it straight to the bank, put it in there, use debit cards, and that way I don't have to worry about somebody having their hands on it. It shouldn't be. Well, thank you very much. Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Of course. I think Senator Hansen has a question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Why the carve out for, I mean, it's a gaming issue. Why the carve out for restricted licenses? Why don't they have the same right as the unrestricted licenses? Licensees, I should say.
Senator, again, Alfredo Alonso. Well, the problem you have with carving out restricteds completely is that then you ultimately have, it's back to where we are today. That includes all the bars, even those that would normally have a slot route are now getting their own licenses. So you're talking about every bar in the world. In this case, it's anybody who is affiliated with a non-restricted licensee. They can also have a restricted license, but it's a more narrow scope because that is just a much more difficult license to attain in the first place. And so you're not talking about a bar. We're talking about, again, unique, very difficult licenses to get on the gaming side, and folks that frankly have never been a problem.
Okay. Well, I don't know. It seems like this is kind of benefiting some at the expense of others. You mentioned a compromise during the session on this bill, apparently. What in the new language is rising to the point of being an extraordinary or an emergency circumstance that has to be addressed in a special session?
Senator, again, Alfredo Alonso for the record. The discussions we had with gaming, and Ms. Valentine can explain further if needed, it was about their compliance folks. It was about, if my association had no intent to get in and start doing EFT in any fashion with the gaming industry, but I don't represent everybody in the industry. And so there are folks that might have forced the issue. Like I said, we had a company, one particular called FinTech, that was sending out letters and emails using our wholesalers' logos on it, as if to say, on October 1st, you have to use EFT. That doesn't mean that some one-off small wholesaler somewhere wouldn't force the issue. So it became a significant compliance issue for gaming, and so we agreed that it was probably a good idea to do this now, if at all possible.
Now, you mentioned also that in rural areas this is a big problem, but most of the licensees in the rural areas that I know of are probably restricted licenses, aren't they? How many unrestricted licenses do you have in Humboldt County, Pershing County, Lander County? I'm assuming they're the small ones, 15 slots or under. But you mentioned the problems there, but then you exclude them from benefiting from this bill.
And again, Alfredo Alonso for the record, that's correct. Again, we are trying to solve a problem. If it wasn't for the fact that we are collecting an excise tax and ultimately having to somehow collect that on the back end, it wouldn't be a policy issue for this committee. We wouldn't be before you. We'd be like everyone else, but we're not. It is a tax that's collected, and you hope you get it back at some point. And it's gotten harder and harder to get not only the product paid for, but the excise tax paid back. And so all we were doing at the time was, it's a problem. Other states are doing this to in some cases, greater effect. But they have also been tweaking their new laws with respect to gaming, because again, they're different.
Okay, I just, I don't fault you guys for bringing this bill forward in a special session and getting the governor involved, but to me, if you had a compromise during the session and there's some flaws in it, we should wait till the regular session to address issues like this. What I do hope is whatever we do with this bill, that we address it more broadly in the upcoming session to include more companies to have the opportunity to collect in this manner. I mean, it's like Senator Ellis had mentioned, even in our plumbing companies or electrical companies or whatever, collection's always an issue, or in the legal world. So I would love to be able to go into my customers that haven't paid their bills accounts and pull out the funds, but normally in my world you have to get a court order and a lien, and it's a pretty cumbersome process. Well, thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, any other questions? Okay, I have a couple of questions as well. You've mentioned a couple of times this compromise that happened during the session, and like my colleagues, I don't think this bill came through a policy committee on our side. I think it went directly to finance, if I recall correctly. And so I was hoping you could just kind of elucidate for us who that compromise was with and what the agreement was during session.
Alfredo Alonso again for the record, glad to. Again, you've seen this multiple times over the years. It's, small suppliers, small brewers had a bill again. Again, hard fought. We ultimately came up with some things that helped them. That included allowing more tap rooms for them, which was something that was a significant give on our industry's part, because that's basically allowing a supplier to have a bar. That was agreed to. We also agreed to them being able to, for years everyone talked about just having their own product in the breweries, and they wanted now to have other products. So it wasn't just, and that was excluded in the statute, so that was allowed as well. Being able to sell out of state, obviously to states where it was legal, that was part of it. And then, again, to make this work as a compromise, we wanted more language that allowed tax and the AG's office to have more ability to enforce. That's always been an issue. You don't have the money, but you at least have some laws that make it easier to enforce the bad actors. And then ultimately, this was something that would have obviously helped our folks collect some of those massive debts.
So it sounds like the wholesalers and the craft breweries worked together on this. Obviously this was heard on the assembly side, I don't know, a day ago, a year ago. It all blends together. And I'm just concerned that retail, the Restaurant Association, the chamber, other business organizations were not included in those negotiations, or am I misunderstanding?
Alfredo Alonso again for the record. Those parties were in the room. They supported the original bill. Many of those parties were in the room when it was amended. It was again then in the Money Committee. It then came over here. There was a significant amount of time in between there. So yeah, did we reach out to everybody? Probably not. But I know the retailers had been part of that original hearing and were watching the bill. So that's all I can tell you. I'd like to tell you we spoke to everybody. We didn't.
Okay. I appreciate your candor about that. So I do want to dive a little bit more into the policy, and like my colleague from Sparks, I'm also not exactly sure why we're doing this in a special session, but since we are here, I want to make sure that I'm understanding what we're voting on. And it sounds to me like this bill, which we already passed, this is the current law now, is that a retailer and a wholesaler are required to enter into this agreement where the wholesaler has the ability to electronically transfer funds from the retailer to the wholesaler. Is that accurate?
Alfredo Alonso again for the record. We may, it says that the wholesaler will initiate it. We may not initiate it. We believe that it sits with the wholesaler, that ultimately if you've got a paying customer and they've never been an issue, why would you do that? If it makes sense for both parties, we would, but that is how we are reading it, that ultimately we initiate it, and if we don't initiate it, we can continue collecting in the manner we believe. If you look at, like I said, just prior to that, you still have the other methods of payment listed in the statute.
So I guess that's where I'm getting confused, because I'm looking at the current bill, AB 2, where now the text is in black. It's no longer blue changes because we passed this bill during the session. And I'm looking specifically at, let's see, this is section 1. I'm on page 3 in subsection 5. and on lines 21 and 22, it says the wholesale dealer shall initiate the electronic funds transfer. It doesn't say they may initiate an electronic funds transfer. So that sounds to me like everybody's going to have to at least have the ability to do this.
Alfredo Alonso again for the record. Again, we see that it's a little different. We see it as that it is the wholesaler that shall initiate it, but it's also the shall is that in terms of the party that would initiate the EFT. We may not do that. There may not be an ability of some people to actually be part of this program. And so again, our folks don't look at this as an absolute. It's something that they would use. They would initiate it if they needed to, but they would also could also take a check. And there may not be a choice in many cases.
So could that choice be if I run a liquor store and I just don't want to get, because, and again, I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. What the current law says is that if I run a liquor store, if I'm going to buy wholesale from, a wholesaler, I have to now enter into an agreement where that wholesaler is able to, just like I Venmo somebody on my phone, I send you $100 for paying for dinner, but this is the opposite. This is the wholesaler can just withdraw $5,000 from Melanie's liquor store account because I'm $5,000 behind on my payment to them. And so the Section 5 says it outlines that relationship, that instead of me hitting send, the wholesaler gets to hit send from my account. But there's no way for me as the owner of Melanie's liquor store to say, actually, I don't want to participate in that relationship. I want to keep control over the ability to press send on the money.
Alfredo Alonso, again for the record, that's correct. I think, again, it depends on the circumstances that they would be part of the EFT program, but it would be, again, it's a 30-day process. We're talking about providing in regulations some guidance there in terms of, how long do you have? Do you get a 5-day notice? At that 5-day notice, then you get the opportunity to say, hey, I'm going to send a check. I'd rather do it that way, or come and get it, or I'm going to pay through a credit card. But yes, it absolutely compacts it. It makes it so that you're not now going to 45 or 60 days. It allows us to get paid and get our excise tax back.
And then what the new bill does is it says, except for gaming establishments, they will now retain or regain the ability to say, no, I choose not to participate in this type of electronic financial relationship, and I will retain control over the ability of my bar and my casino to be the one to press send on the payment of the invoice. Is that fair?
Alfredo Alonso, again for the record, correct. And again, they have not been, because of who they are, because there's so many regulations surrounding their businesses, they've never been the problem. They really haven't been. And so you have a situation where not only it's the push or pull that is being fixed in several states for the same reason, and it's unique to gaming.
Okay. I think those are all of my questions. Did anybody else have any further questions? All right. I don't see any further questions. We appreciate you all being here and answering our questions and presenting this bill. At this time, we will move into testimony.
Thank you.
We will start with testimony in support of AB 2. Here in Carson City or in Las Vegas, anybody wishing to give support testimony is invited forward to do so now. I don't see anybody coming forward in Las Vegas, but I do see some people here in Carson City, so we will start here with you when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Brett Scolari, Strategies 360 for Breakthrough Beverage. We are here in support of AB2. We appreciate Virginia Valentine and the Resorts Association for reaching out to us with their concerns, and we are glad that we were able to resolve it. I will tell you, Breakthrough, as one of the largest distributors, they already have mechanisms to notify delinquent accounts that they're late, and we don't see that changing even in the EFT relationship. So we will work on the regs in the interim with the retailers and the chambers and make sure that everyone's comfortable in how that process will work. And we have no problem providing notice and giving them a chance to find another means of payment if they don't want to do the EFT route. So I appreciate it and urge your support.
Good afternoon, Chair Scheibel, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Nick Schneider, Director of Government Affairs for the Vegas Chamber, here in support of AB2. We appreciate this as a great first step in addressing some of the unintended consequences from AB 404 and look forward to continuing those conversations for our smaller members. We also really appreciate the collaboration with the presenters regarding the regulatory side notification. Thank you so much.
All right, I don't see anybody else coming forward to give support testimony in person, so we'll go to the phones, please, for support on AB2.
Chair, the public line is open and working. However, there are no callers in support at this time.
All right, then we will move to opposition. Anybody wishing to give opposition testimony in person is invited forward to do so now. I don't see anybody coming forward in Las Vegas or Carson City, so we'll go back to the phones for opposition testimony.
Chair, there are no callers in opposition at this time.
All right, we'll go to neutral. Anybody wishing to give neutral testimony is invited forward. I see some folks coming down in Carson City. Oh, and in Las Vegas, but we'll start in Carson City whenever you are ready.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Brian Wachter. I'm the president of the Retail Association of Nevada. We are today in neutral on this provision. Somebody should get out of the practice, and so if the casinos manage to do that, we see no reason why the bill shouldn't pass. Yesterday in the committee, we did present an amendment which forced us procedurally into opposition. Yesterday, our amendment would have excluded every retail liquor store from the provisions of that, for many of the same reasons that you heard Ms. Valentine go through and list why it was inappropriate for them. What I will say is that all retail liquor stores are privileged license holders. The liquor license itself is privileged. There are many instances where the casinos are able to, they are financial institutions. We don't think any of those provisions would cause a retail liquor store to not have the ability to determine whether or not someone has access to their own bank account. We would like some clarification, and we appreciated the conversation today, so that's why we're up here in neutral on just exactly what is required versus optional. We did not read the language, and so I was glad to get on the record, but if there could be something done to strengthen the fact that the wholesaler industry does not view this as a requirement on behalf of retail liquor stores. It was never presented to us as an additional tool in the toolbox. It was presented to us as something that the wholesale industry was going to force onto us. During the regulatory process, we've been somewhat confused. It was brought up by their industry to look more at how those credit cards in statute are actually allowed. Small businesses, and I know there are several in the committee, have cash flow issues. And so while we appreciate the flexibility, there is no other vendor under state law that has the ability to just go into your bank account and take your money as a tool of collection. We think that that is a huge responsibility for an industry to do that, and so we would really appreciate, I think, more clarification that this is an additional tool and not the expectation that every single alcohol retail liquor store is going to have to go through. And so with that, we did not feel it appropriate to continue to bring an amendment that let people out if the testimony was correct that this is not something that we are going to be compelled to do. So we look forward to having those conversations. We were unaware that the NRA and the wholesalers had engaged in a conversation leading up to the special session to put this issue on the agenda. So we read the proclamation the night before. And so we also, along with the wholesalers, did not have an opportunity to contact everybody about our actions and what we wanted a solution for the retail industry for going forward. But we appreciate that now we all seem to be on the same page and that we're going to work together on the regulatory process going forward. We do think that the three-tier system in Nevada is antiquated. It causes markups to between 40 and 80% of those costs to be passed down to Nevada retailers. And I think the last point of clarification I want to make is that the excise tax is owed by the wholesaler. Just like the sales tax is owed by the amount that we're charged by the state holds us as retailers responsible for collecting and remitting that sales tax. If we don't collect it, we are still responsible for remitting it. And so that is a normal course of practice if you are a state tax collector, of which every Nevada retailer is, especially our liquor stores. They are all tax collectors. And so we'd appreciate a longer-term conversation about how we distribute alcohol in the state of Nevada and how we collect the excise tax. So thank you for the opportunity, ma'am.
Would you be open to answering a question from Senator Ellison?
Brian Wachter with the Retail Association. I'd be happy to, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Ryan, you guys got a lot of different habit. You've got a lot of different variety of businesses that you guys control. I mean, you got restaurants over here. You got restaurants with some maybe small gaming. You have stores that sell alcohol. So, I mean, you're broad all the way across this board. I mean, dramatically, and I've seen so many of them in Las Vegas. Question I got is restricted versus unrestricted. Are we putting one against the other with having a restricted license versus an unrestricted license? Am I getting that out to you straight?
I believe so. Brian Wachter with the Retail Association of Nevada. The bill before you certainly creates a bifurcated alcohol liquor retail system, that there are some alcohol retailers that are treated differently under our state law, should this bill pass going forward, than we treat every other one. The vast majority of retail liquor stores in the state are not unrestricted or affiliated with an unrestricted gaming license. And so going forward, this will be a policy decision of this body that there is two now systems of alcohol retailers, those that are attached to the unrestricted license and those that aren't. Geographically, you're entirely correct. There are more of them that aren't affiliated with those unrestricted licenses than there is. But this will create a bifurcated system going forward that is unequal.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Of course. Thank you so much. Go ahead with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. For the record, Becky Dutro, D-U-T-R-O, with Nevada Taxpayers Association. The association is neutral on this bill and want to thank everyone's efforts on this first step towards good policy and legislation. We feel that the ability of business to negotiate their own terms and ensure flexibility of payment should be free market arrangements and not included in state law, and we will continue to work with all parties through the legislative and regulation process to ensure the exemptions included in this bill are afforded to all businesses in the industry. Thank you for your time and consideration of this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. I think that's all of the in-person neutral in Carson City, so we'll go to Las Vegas for neutral testimony.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Emily Osterberg, representing the Henderson Chamber of Commerce and our over 2,200 members, the majority of whom are small businesses. We would like to thank the governor and his team for bringing this important bill forward in the special session. The Chamber is fully supportive of exemptions and appears in neutral today because we would have liked to see those exemptions extended to the broader business community. We have had members who are small business owners reach out to us concerned as they have had more than one instance where a vast amount of money was withdrawn from their account prior to the invoice due date because of the clerical errors by a third party. We understand that a potential resolution is being discussed in the interim, and we look forward to working with the governor, the legislature, and other stakeholders to identify solutions that help all businesses in Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that concludes in-person neutral testimony. We will go to the phones for any additional neutral testimony.
Chair, there are no callers in neutral at this time.
All right, then that brings us to the conclusion of the testimony. If the presenters have any closing remarks, you are welcome to come forward, but it looks like you don't, so we appreciate you being here and giving this presentation. That will close the hearing on the bill. At this time, I would entertain a motion to do pass. All right, we have a motion from Senator Pizzina. We have a second from Senator Krasner. Is there any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. Okay, so we have 2 nays for the record. Those are Senators Hansen and Ellison. Senator Ellison is reserving his right to change his vote on the floor. And with that, the motion does carry to do pass AB 2. And that brings us to the last item on our agenda for today, which is public comment. Anybody wishing to give public comment in person is invited forward in Carson City or Las Vegas to do so. But I don't see anybody coming forward. We'll go to the phones for public comment, please.
Chair, the public line is open and working. However, there are no callers at this time.
All right, thank you so much. I once again forgot to assign a floor statement on this bill, so I will assign it to Senator Krasner. All right, at this time, with the fluid nature of the special session, I am going to recess our committee. That's just what I'm going to do. I'm going to recess our committee, and I will do my best, as always, to keep you all informed and thank our staff for always being on their toes, and we are now in recess. All right, I will now call the Senate Select Committee on Public Safety and Security back to order. We are on to our next bill hearing this afternoon on AB1. I will invite our presenters down to the front. I'm not sure if you've presented in this room before. There's a secret. To turn on the microphones, there is a little button that looks like a sticker on the table. And then when it turns red, that means your mic is hot. So please go ahead whenever you are ready. Oh, and I'm sorry. I wanted to point out that we should all be looking at AB1. The first reprint was amended on the assembly side. I think you have a printed copy. It's also available on Nellis. And if you could also just update us if there are any other amendments, conceptual amendments, et cetera, that we should be thinking about or looking at when you do your presentation, that would help us as we work on this very efficient timeline. And with that, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. For the record, Timothy Galuzzi, State Chief Information Officer. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I am honored to serve as Nevada State Chief Information Officer of the Governor's Technology Office within the Office of the Governor. I'm joined today by my deputy for the Office of Information Security and Cyber Defense, Mr. Adam Miller. Normally, to adequately tell the story of cybersecurity, I generally have to lay a foundation using examples of external examples of other governmental entities or the private sector to demonstrate that cybersecurity is a real issue, a real threat, one that isn't going away, one that we must continually mitigate against. Why is this storytelling necessary? To be candid, it's because this topic is generally complex. It's nebulous, and for most, it's incredibly intangible, meaning we often don't see the results of these discussions or investments. For other public service hazard mitigations, there is more of a direct path that is easier to communicate to stakeholders. Investing in a new fire station or a fire truck are solid, tangible responses to reducing response times in a community. The community can now see a new fire station and a fire truck. They feel safer, more confident that in their time of need, their government will be there to support them. They see the results of their investment every time a fire truck goes down the road with lights and sirens blaring to save a resident's home. The same cannot be said about a firewall or other cybersecurity investment, but the impacts can be just as tangible. Late August, the intangible, the nebulous, became very real for Nevadans. A cybersecurity event impacted the very core of the state's IT infrastructure. I don't have to look outside for other stories anymore. Nevadans felt the pain. We felt the pain. We lived it, the very real impacts of the cyber event. The response necessitated office closures. Some systems were impacted for weeks as we worked through restoration efforts and reestablished connections to private and federal partners. We learned that despite years of investment and planning, we were not immune to the impacts of, or the malintent of cyber criminals, including in your meeting materials posted on Nellis on the assembly side for this bill, and published on it.nv.gov is an after-action report from the cyber event that provides details on the incident, the exposed data, the recovery efforts, and most relevant for our conversation today, recommendations on how we can improve our environment to mitigate the impacts of future cyber events. We have identified a package of cybersecurity investments that will help strengthen the state's infrastructure, help speed response, and increase resilience. A key vehicle for enabling these improvements is statewide collaboration. In the world of cybersecurity, this is accomplished through Security Operations Center. It is a fundamental aspect of Security Operations Center is setting a cybersecurity baseline. While our office and my role is responsible for cybersecurity for the entirety of the executive branch, even today there remains a disparate level of cybersecurity tools and maturity that may not match the size and complexity of the agency that they are assigned to defend. The SOC would endeavor to solve that, extending additional capability and standardizing tools, first to all executive branch agencies, and then offering those same tools and services beyond the municipal and local government organizations. The move towards centralization of these services will lead to increased opportunities in the state's buying power through economies of scale. One of the biggest challenges we are currently facing in the executive branch right now is largely caused due to our federated model, where agencies have for decades been given wide berth to procure software and systems of their own choosing by their own IT teams. This has led to an incredibly complex statewide infrastructure with hundreds, if not thousands, of different applications that will need to be patched and maintained. This is not only complex, but costly. We need to look for opportunities to simplify this environment, to better secure it. A statewide SOC with the right tools and resources is a step in the right direction. The goal for collaborative efforts through a SOC is never to wrest control away from business leaders, but to allow them to focus on areas in which they are the subject matter experts. Our goals are simple: faster detection, lower costs, and common standards. The common thread here is cybercriminals will continue to try to exploit our vulnerabilities. For decades, we have attempted Band-Aid after Band-Aid, playing the proverbial game of whack-a-mole for cybersecurity. The world around us is evolving too fast to maintain an environment of haves and have-nots. The cybercriminals can find the vulnerability far too quickly for that strategy to work. I wish I could sit here today and accurately state on the record that there is one investment, one tool, one solution that could prevent all cyber attacks. Unfortunately, one does not exist. If there were, cyber criminals would be out of work, and business is really good for them right now. What we are proposing is mitigating risk of successful attacks. It will create more resilience, reduce chance of prolonged downtime, increase the chances for successful recovery, and ultimately strengthen our state environment against future attacks. But we're not starting from ground zero. Our Office of Information Security and Cyber Defense is already doing the work. They're hunting, training, and monitoring all threats right now. This bill allows us to scale that work statewide and serve more partners effectively while enforcing higher standards within the executive branch. In FY25 alone, we analyzed over 145 billion network logs. We reviewed over 160,000 incidents and validated 17,390 of them as legitimate threats. That's the scale of the threat landscape that we're currently facing in the executive branch. Unfortunately, one of them landed. We need to increase our maturity, and this package that we have in front of us can help us do just that. The number of incidents is increasing. It's not speculation, it's data, and it's not a wave we can just ride out. We have to scale up, stay ahead, and keep moving. With emerging technologies such as agentic AI or AI agents acting autonomously, we can only expect these numbers to grow exponentially. The policy portion of this bill today does 4 primary things. Creates and establishes the duties of the Security Operations Center under the Office of Information Security and Cyber Defense. It allows us to apply for and use federal grant funding to help us support the SOC so we can provide services out to more communities. Requires annual performance reporting to key stakeholder groups, including the legislature. Codifies a reporting structure in case of cyber emergency that will act as a force multiplier. So if we did have a significant cyber emergency, the governor can, using his emergency powers, have members of the executive branch, IT professionals, report directly to the chief information officer, so we can have effectively a cybersecurity quick reaction force, act as a force multiplier. That's a strategic package. We've also begun partnering with the Nevada System of Higher Education to build out the next generation of cyber talent. Our vision is to capture as much of this talent as possible, keep it here in Nevada. Give folks hands-on experience in the Security Operations Center. Give them a better chance at career in cybersecurity, either here in government, preferably with the state, or with the private sector here in Nevada. Keep that talent here in the state. Local governments are some of the most targeted and least resourced. We're not talking about the Clark counties or the Washoe counties. We're talking about some of the most rural and under-resourced. This bill opens the door for them to access state tools, staff, and expertise. This is how we protect everyone, not just the large agencies. This is about resilience. With one SOC, we can share intel, coordinate response, and raise the bar across the board. It's not just smarter, it's faster, it's cheaper. It's better. But we can only do that with partnerships, with trust. This isn't the state coming in and telling other governmental agencies how to run their business. Any agreement, as outlined in this bill, must be mutually agreed upon. With agencies not under the direct purview of the governor or in the executive branch, it is completely opt-in. We want to demonstrate the value of the SOC and then bring the agencies in. It's voluntary. In the beginning of the relationship and at pre-arranged renewal periods, there will be opt-out and service level agreements that will always be mutually agreed upon. As we have seen in Nevada and nationally, the cost of each breach can be enormous, up to millions of dollars in recovery efforts, legal fees, and reputational damage. A centralized SOC helps us avoid the future costs, keep services online, and demonstrates to its citizens that their data is in good hands. Thankfully, the state was prepared, and the majority of our direct costs have been mitigated through a robust insurance package. This bill represents not only some of the long-term thinking and building, something that is sustainable, that will provide cybersecurity services to all interested agencies, but also deals with some of the immediate needs in response to the recent cybersecurity incident. It's not about applying more Band-Aids to a situation. It is adding additional sustainable layers of security. It's about building durable modern infrastructure that protects our state's digital backbone. We should not be consistently 10 years behind the power curve when it comes to infrastructure and cybersecurity. The timing couldn't be even more critical. With recent federal changes to CISA, the Federal Cybersecurity Infrastructure Agency, the announcement of the withdrawal of the federal support of MSISAC, the Multi-State Information Sharing and Analysis Center, and the federal policy shift towards cybersecurity preparedness and responsiveness and to the local and state levels. It is time that we send a clear message to our municipal and governmental partners here in the Silver State that you are not alone, Nevadans. Nevadans take care of Nevadans. It is time that we ensure that we have an agency, that if we ever have an agency that needs support, regardless of what level of government they are, that we make sure that they have someone that they can call. At this point, Chair, I'll leave it up to you. We can go through the enhancements that we have included in this bill, or I can go through a section by section.
I think a section by section overview would be helpful if you're prepared to do that.
Absolutely. Once again, Timothy Galuzzi for the record. I'm going to be going through the as amended, and I just got the digital copy probably around the same time you all did, so if I stumble through it a little bit with the updated changes, I ask for everybody's indulgence. The section 1.3, this is one of the recently amended sections. This includes a provision that affords levels of confidentiality between communications and documents between the executive and the legislative branch in matters pertaining to cybersecurity or sensitive matters. And when those matters, if the contents of those messages or communications could potentially put the state at risk of further damage.
I just want to check, did you mean to share your screen with us?
So I was just pulling up the bill so I could track it as well for, it's the reprint, just so I have an up-to-date copy.
It's sharing.
This is great.
That's fine.
Yeah. Very useful. Okay.
It's public, so I mean,
Yeah, just checking. We don't normally have presenters do that for us, so thank you.
So
Continue.
that is section 1.3, and so this is one of the newly amended sections coming from the other side. And so moving on into section 2. Section 2 describes that the Security Operations Center is to establish policies and procedures for the operations of combating threats, protecting data, response, and reporting requirements, as well as training requirements. Section 3 discusses potential remedies for non-compliance with SOX policies and procedures. These remedies include additional auditing and overview of their practices. Section 4 describes the creation of an account in which to operate the Security Operations Center and allows for the acceptance of grants. Section 5, it mandates the collaboration with the Office of Information Security and Cyber Defense, in which the Security Operations Center is now a part of. Section 6 outlines mandatory reporting requirements to state stakeholders. Section 7 details how this bill will not impact existing agreements with federally recognized Native tribes. Section 8 defines a requirement to partner with Nevada System of Higher Education on talent pipeline program, to which funding is available. So this is not a mandate for any NSHE institution to create a talent pipeline program. That was one of the questions that we got from NSHE institutions. This is not requiring any NSHE institution to create a program that they do not have funding to create. And so if we have the funding available through grant programs, et cetera, this allows us to create a talent pipeline program, does not mandate NSHE to create a talent pipeline program in any of their institutions. And a side note there is we've already had a amazing partnership with a couple of our NSHE institutions to begin the planning process with some grant funding that has already been made available. Section 9 adds SOC services to the definition of information services in NRS 242. Section 10 expands the definition of local governmental agency to include Board of Trustees of school districts. This allows us to partner with K through 12 institutions. Section 11 defines using agency as either an agency who is required to use GTO services or one who may negotiate. Section 13 adds the SOC as an entity within the Office of Information Security and Cyber Defense. Section 14 adds details from security incidents specifically to the items that may be protected from public disclosure if that disclosure would further place that agency or the state at risk of further compromise. Oftentimes the details in those disclosures would effectively offer a blueprint to other cyber criminals or threat actors, and if those details were made public, it would open the door for further compromise. So it's important that we have a layer of confidentiality that we could provide to those documents. Section 15, I'm just making sure that what I have on the amended matches up with my notes here. Section 15 again broadens the definition of using agency. Section 16 defines what services would be provided to using agencies and allows any local government agency to negotiate for GTO services. Sections 17 through 19 further simplify language leveraging the term using agency. Section 20 adds the requirement to report security incidents to the SOC for using agencies. It's really important that anybody that is connected to the Security Operations Center lets us know if there is an incident. That way we can continue to provide resources, protect them, and let anyone else that is connected to that agency get their defenses up. Section 21 requires the Office of Information Security and Defense to work with the SOC to investigate and resolve breaches of using agency systems, allows the governor to authorize IT personnel of using agencies of the executive branch to report directly to the CIO during a declared emergency. Section 22 authorizes the CIO to set a rate for SOC services. Section 23 makes other clarifying updates. Section 24 provides for one-shot cybersecurity investments. And in this section, I believe there was a conceptual amendment that we were working with LCB Legal and Fiscal to update the language on the grant language. So let me.
Adam Miller, for the record, yeah, that's subsection 3 is the conceptual amendment that LCB Fiscal weaved in about applying for grants and having a payback method for those grants.
Let me pull that language up real quick. I don't have that at my fingertips, so I will make sure that the chair gets that immediately. Section 25 through 27 provides general fund loans to cover shortfalls across 3 GTO budget accounts. Section 28 through 29 has NRS sections that are not applicable. Section 30 repeals NRS 242.141. And then Section 31 describes when this act, this act will become effective upon passage and approval. And that is the bill.
All right, does that conclude your presentation?
That does, Madam Chair, and I'll make myself available and Deputy Director Miller for any questions.
All right, thank you so much. It looks like we have a couple questions. I'm going to start with Senator Pazina.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you so much for the presentation. I was curious if you had looked to see whether other states had a similar security operations center in place and if there were any lessons learned.
Thank you for the question, Senator. Timothy Galuzzi for the record. Yes, a number of states are actually moving in this direction. Nebraska is one notable example. They have recently announced a launch of one. Texas just launched their Texas Cyber Command. So there's another really good notable example. This is a move nationally that a lot of states are undertaking for a number of reasons. Economies of scale is one of the biggest ones. To be able to pull in resources at the statewide level to provide services out to municipals that might not be able to provide that level of service out to some of the more rural communities. And so this is definitely a direction that a lot of state and local governments are moving in.
Thank you so much. And I was just curious, based on maybe the programs that had started in Nebraska or Texas, have there been any lessons learned that can be used in Nevada to make sure that ours is successful?
Adam Miller for the record. Yeah, I think the biggest lesson learned is just that consolidation of information. As Director Galuzzi spoke to, when you have disparate organizations all with their own cybersecurity maturity and intel threads and feeds that they're pulling in, combining all of that into one kind of holistic view allows, let's say, if Las Vegas sees an indicator of compromise, they're not required and may not have the capability to share that with us currently, but under a statewide SOC, we would see that indicator of compromise. And if we look at Washoe County or Elko or Pioche or wherever, we can flag that indicator of compromise, patch their system, and know that the entirety of the state is secure. And so I think just that holistic information gathering apparatus is what's key.
All right, I think I saw a question from Senator Hansen. Go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Actually, most of this cyber stuff is way over my pay grade. So when I look at you guys, I kind of look at Albert Einstein. Question: if this was in place, would you guys be able to block the most recent breach of the state system?
If we had the, for the record, Timothy Galuzzi, State CIO, if we had the tools and capabilities that a mature SOC would provide, there is a high degree of probability that we would have been able to identify that a threat actor was moving in our environment.
And I've never heard, did we ever find out how it happened or who did it or anything like that? Or do you, and if you found the individual, do you prosecute them? I assume it's a crime.
Once again, Timothy Galuzzi for the record. We do, in the after action report, we do discuss the modality of how the attack was triggered in our environment. And there is still an ongoing investigation at the law enforcement level, the federal level. And so there is still some information that I cannot divulge publicly on that side of it. And so to answer your question, there has been no criminal charges or convictions as of yet.
Real life cloak and dagger stuff. Last question. My fear of all these types of things is, how do you prevent this from possibly evolving to where the government can spy on individual citizens or access information through accounts or whatever? I've watched the Patriot Act kind of evolve in a way that at the time it was passed, we weren't, some things have happened that really disturbed me, frankly. How do we make checks and balances in this system to prevent anything like that occurring here?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Once again, Timothy Galuzzi, and absolutely, I absolutely appreciate that question. What the Security Operations Center does, and because I've heard a lot of concerns about a program like this, because the concept of one interconnected system across multiple layers of government, it kind of leads down that road. And the data that the Security Operations Center would have access to is not the data that would include personal identifiable information. It's not marriage certificates, license data, etc. The data that the Security Operations Center would be receiving from municipals, from K through 12, or any of the partner organizations would effectively be network logs. And so it'd be pings, it would be network traffic, or it would just be the data that the security tools that are already installed, or that that organization that is partnered with the Security Operations Center sends to the Security Operations Center. So the threat indicators, the warnings, that's what's getting sent up to the SOC. And so this is not a combination of all the private information from all the municipalities or other governmental agencies in the state. This is an opportunity to share threat information across all of the branches of government and all of the partners in the Security Operations Center. So if one group gets hit, all groups can share that information, and we can further provide defenses for everybody, kind of like a one team, one fight kind of scenario, to kind of break down those silos. But we're not, and it kind of creates more opportunities to protect from exactly what we're worried about, from a threat actor moving from one organization to another to steal that private information that we were trying to protect.
It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. I'm sorry, were you going to comment, sir?
Yeah, Adam Miller for the record. And I'll kind of just give you one tangible example that kind of helps drive home the point that it's not, government spying or anything like that. So, let's say you consistently log into your email or log on to your profile every day, normal times from the same IP addresses. The SOC will consistently collect that information. Let's say, on a Tuesday night at 2 a.m., your device starts pinging China IPs or Russia IPs. That's going to set off red flags in the SOC and say, this is well outside the norms of, one, his login times, but two, the IPs that are associated with where he's supposed to log in from. And then we'll go through and that'll send up those red flags, and then the SOC analysts will do what they do to triage and make sure that that's either a false flag, or if it's actually a malicious attempt, they'll go in and lock down those accounts. Secondly, we commonly hear of phishing attempts, right? So what threat actors can do and what they're savvy enough to do that the SOC can monitor is if your account gets compromised and you start sending out, not you personally, but the threat actors is pretending to be your persons, sending out malicious phishing emails to you and your colleagues, to private entities, what have you, they can also create a rule that as soon as those malicious emails go out, automatically deletes. So you can log in, they're now monitoring your keystrokes. You have no idea that you just sent out 1,000 malicious emails that can potentially get those credentials from your colleagues. And so that is the larger purposes of what a security operations center monitors, not the individual email traffic or web browser searches or anything like that.
Very, very interesting. A little scary, but very interesting. So hopefully as we go forward, we'll be able to keep the parameters where it doesn't evolve into the temptation to look into private things that really was never the intent. But keep up the good work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, I think we have a question from Senator Ellison. Go ahead.
Thank you. I got a couple. From what I gathered also that most of this is coming from overseas, correct? India, China, Russia. Not a lot of this is coming from the United States. It's mostly foreign. But once that does happen and we know where it's coming from, shouldn't the United States be having something with these other countries saying, we know where they're at and we need to come and get them? And that's what I think has got to be done, because if you don't stop them, they're going to keep going. They're not going to stop. And look what happened to Vegas several years back. I mean, that was a disaster, and they did pay the ransom. Is that correct?
Timothy Galuzzi for the record. I believe one of the organizations in public reporting did pay, and the other organization did not.
Yeah. Well, I think the government has to get involved totally with this, because, I mean, they can get into our silos, they can get into our military, they can get into a lot of stuff, satellites. So I think that we got to have something through the government where we could actually go after these when it does happen, I believe. I mean, we could put the SOC on. The SOC only filters that one little area. Is that correct?
Timothy Galuzzi for the record. What the SOC would do is it would provide a layer of visibility and protection across the known networks in our governmental organizations that partner with the SOC. And so we would have tools that would monitor all of the endpoints in those environments. And so we would add a layer of protection to those tools. And those threat indicators would feed up. And then we would look for anomalous activity in each of those organizations in a centralized location. And through the combination of all of that intelligence, we would be able to look for very minute details that would trigger what we might not be able to see, like what Deputy Director Miller was saying. Those random pings out to China or other countries of concern that would trigger the response, and we would be able to have automated response. We would be able to triage those in a centralized location. So what we are seeing in the threat actor landscape is a lot of these tools. They're being offered, all these threat actor tools are being offered as a service. So there's a whole economy of threat actor tools being offered where folks can effectively subscribe to them, download their tools, and deploy them in nefarious activities. And so we have to combat against all of that. And it's an incredibly daunting task, as you can probably imagine.
Yeah, thank you.
Adam Miller for the record. And just to be clear about the SOC tools that we currently use and that we're proposing, this is not a Nevada siloed tool, right? The SOC that we currently use and that we would expand out to our county and municipality partners, it pulls threat intelligence in from other state SOCs, from NSA, from FBI, from the federal level as well. And so whatever they're gleaning at their level and their intelligence capabilities from foreign nation threat actors, they are able to leverage into the SOC, and then the SOC is monitoring that within the state of Nevada, however we set it up. So it's not just pulling out threat intelligence from what's on state of Nevada systems, it's actually pulling threat intelligence from multi-state, multinational intelligence sources that we can leverage to make sure that our systems are safe.
All right, any other questions from members of the committee? Go ahead. Yes, I think we also may have received it, but if you want to just put it on the record, that'd be great.
Yes, ma'am, I can read it in. Timothy Galuzzi for the record. I'm going to read in the proposed language for an amendment. And this is going to be for section 24, subsection 3. And so what we are recommending is that the language would read as follows. The Governor's Technology Office is encouraged to, in collaboration with other agencies, identify and apply for grants for investments related to cybersecurity and that would otherwise be funded through the appropriation in subsection 1. If the Governor's Technology Office receives such a grant and that grant is eligible to reimburse the state for expenditures funded through the appropriation in subsection 1, the office shall immediately deposit the money received in the state general fund up to the total amount deposited matches the total amount appropriated pursuant to subsection. If the Governor's Technology Office receives such a grant for expenditures intending to be funded through the appropriation in subsection 1, the office shall work with the Governor's Finance Office to reserve for reversion to the general fund an amount equal to the grant award unless such action jeopardizes the receipts of money from such a grant.
Thank you so much. So I basically read that to mean we can either take the grant to directly expend for the cybersecurity purposes or use it to reimburse a state expenditure on these on the same subject to the terms of the grant, right?
Timothy Luz, for the record, that's my understanding of it as well. And as long as the grant, if it doesn't disqualify us from receiving the grant, we would use that monies to reimburse the state general fund for the allocation included in this bill.
All right. And I didn't see any other questions. So we thank you so much for your presentation and answering all of our questions. We'll move now into testimony. We will start with in-person testimony in support of AB 1. Anybody wishing to testify in person in support is invited forward to do so now. Looks like we have some folks in Carson City, so we will start here with in-person testimony in support of AB 1.
Good evening, Chair Scheibel and members of the committee. For the record, Randy Robinson, Director of Government Affairs for the City of Las Vegas. I just wanted to indicate our support for this bill. Also thank Mr. Galuzzi, Mr. Miller for their work with us on this bill and on the bill's last session. The cooperation, the collaboration that they've exhibited and that you heard here is what underpins the success of a SOC operation. Because as you heard him say, one team, one fight, it has to be because the folks that are arrayed against us are legion. So we support this bill, and if I could just deviate just a little bit to give them some kudos. I spent about a decade with one of the largest telecoms in the world. Of necessity, we had a pretty robust cybersecurity operation, and the speed and the comprehensiveness with which this team, with this small team with its limited resources, responded to the recent cyber attack was incredibly impressive. There are corporations with much greater resources that don't come anywhere close to doing that. I know it's tough in one of these things because everyone wants to know the information, what happened, who did it, where's it going to go, and it takes a minute, but the way that this happened, the speed, the comprehensiveness, and the defensive mechanisms they put in place, very, very impressive. So just wanted to give that shout out. We're supportive of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else coming forward to give in-person support testimony, so we will go to the phones for support testimony on AB 1.
Chair, there are no callers in support at this time.
All right, we will take testimony in opposition to AB 1. I don't see anybody coming forward in Carson City or Las Vegas, so we'll go to the phones for opposition to AB 1.
Chair, there are no callers in opposition at this time.
Okay then, we will go to neutral testimony on AB 1. Anybody wishing to testify in neutral is invited forward now. I don't see anybody in Las Vegas, but I do see somebody coming forward here in Carson City. Please go ahead and make your way to the front table. And when you're ready, go ahead and give us your name and its spelling and provide us with your testimony. Make sure you turn on the mic first. The button needs to turn red.
Thank you very much, Chair. Denny French, Carson City, Nevada, DENIFRENCH. And I'm on the neutral end of this. I tend to be with Hanson that this is scary stuff. I think that the quiet attacks, those things that we're not even having major considerations about our loss of security and privacy, are the ones that I'm more concerned about. I'm concerned about centralizing things because it just makes a bigger target. You take out the main deal and we're stuck. Also, I don't think this was intentional, and maybe I'm offline, but electromagnetic pulse can be either natural or it can be targeted. And so we're not just talking about losing information or our privacy, we're talking about total grid close downs. That would mean that we have to think past what we're trying to preserve and keep what we have as far as communications open. So I don't care if they hear me say I need help, but if I can't relay that information, I'm in trouble. So for myself as an individual, I've stopped really worrying about so much privacy, but that in situations where it shuts down our power plants or makes our city and public services inept because they can't communicate with each other, this is good and I think it's great. I think that we have to really know that every move we make, they counter move towards security interventions and breakthroughs, and well, they've got us sort of in a tough spot. We're always on the defensive, and that doesn't necessarily build the best defenses. And so I'm neutral on this. I think anything we can do now that we can understand, which it's way past my understanding of how they do it, and perhaps I shouldn't know because that would make me perhaps a threat. But I am hopeful and such, but I am not feeling that we are covering the whole necessity of this particular item by just thinking we can put up security blocks or fire blocks or such to stop it. And we can keep multiplying, and these individuals have made me feel very confident of their competency and such, and I'm looking to learn more. So thank you very much for the consideration of this bill, and I'm so glad I made it up here in one piece. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see anybody else coming forward to give neutral testimony in person, so we'll go to the phones, please, for neutral testimony on AB 1.
Chair, there are no callers in neutral at this time.
All right, that brings us to the conclusion of testimony. Unless the presenters have any closing remarks, which they do not, that brings us to the end of our hearing on AB 1. I will close out the hearing, and I would accept a motion to amend and do pass. We have a motion from Senator Pizzina. We have a second from Senator Orenshaw. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The motion passes unanimously of those senators present, which includes Senators Hansen, Ellison, Krasner, Pizzina, Orenshaw, and Scheibel. And I will remember to assign the floor statement this time to myself. I'll take this one. And with that, we're finished with our bills for the day. I know we already did public comment, but since we're back, anybody want to give public comment in person? Come on up. Don't see anybody. Let's just double check with that no one's waiting on the phones just for the purpose of making public comment. BPS?
Chair, the public line is open and working. However, there are no callers.
All right. That being the case, we will now be adjourned for the day, and we will all see what tomorrow brings. We stand in adjournment.